Mr. President,
The Minority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today, Donald Trump will travel to Pennsylvania and try to convince the American people that he's lowering their costs. But the American people, seeing their costs go up left and right, aren't going to buy it. Tonight, Donald Trump will throw a barrel of hay into the audience and tell them it's spun gold. But the American people know he's lying, because everywhere they look, prices are going up and up and up. We've all read how the White House very soon will start getting, quote, serious about messaging more on affordability. They don't get it. The problem is that affordability is not a messaging issue, it's real. It's real when people go to the supermarket or buy a car or try to buy a house or see their electric bills, their health care bills. The American people know it's real, and Donald Trump tries to wish it away. He believes that people will believe his words when he says it's a hoax. They won't. They won't. There aren't enough speeches in the world to paper over the fact that Donald Trump has sent costs up and up, not down. His tariffs raised the price of groceries, raised the price of clothing, raised the price of energy. And it's not just his tariffs. It's his policies that cut out the cheapest form of energy we have, clean energy. It's his policies that allow food producers to get away with monopoly pricing. It's his strategy to impose tariffs on the American people and say it's good for you. The fact is, Donald Trump can do nothing to erase this, that life is more expensive under Donald Trump than it was before he took office. He'll hate to admit it, but life is more expensive under Donald Trump than it was under Joe Biden. Just 36% of the Americans approve of his job and the job he's doing on the economy. 36% of Americans, that's it, approve the job Trump is doing on the economy, according to a poll by Marquette University, which is widely respected. Even a significant portion of Trump voters, 37%, say the cost of living is the worst they can ever remember, according to Politico. So when Trump voters say it was better under Biden than it is now, whoa, something's wrong. So no, Donald Trump, affordability is not a hoax. It's not a Democratic scam. You try to make everything, even the most common sense things, partisan. The affordability crisis is very real. It's being felt by everyone, and the American people know it's Donald Trump's fault. No speech in Pennsylvania or anywhere else can undo that. But I have good news for the president. He and the Republicans do have one chance left to do something meaningful about lowering costs, something real, not a speech, something real. And that is to work with Democrats to extend the enhanced ACA premium tax credits before they expire at the end of the year. Democrats have put forth a simple proposal for a clean 3-year extension of the ACA credits. We will move forward on this bill on Thursday. Senate Republicans have 2 days to choose to vote to lower the American people's health care costs or to vote to continue sending those costs through the roof. That's what's at stake on this vote. If our bill becomes law, it will accomplish the single most important thing we can do right now to lower prices: prevent premiums from tens of millions of Americans from shooting through the roof. We have an obligation to act now. Now, if Republicans are left to their own devices, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that they fix this health care crisis on their own. Republicans are nowhere, by their own admission. Leader Thune has come down to the floor day after day excoriating the ACA. He brings a lot of charts. He has quotes at the ready, on and on and on. But he doesn't have a plan. He has no proposal. Charts are not a plan, Leader Thune. It's not enough for Republicans to say that they don't like the ACA. That's not a secret. We know that. They've been trying to get rid of it since 2008. They nearly succeeded until the courage of John McCain stopped them in 2019. The The real question is, what will Republicans do to prevent premiums from skyrocketing in 3 weeks? And so far, we've heard no real answer. The only ideas we've heard from Republicans are loaded with poison pills, unworkable restrictions, and don't do anything to bring premiums down, which is most important. None of their proposals address extending the ACA credits, the most important thing we can do now. And so it's not, those kind of proposals don't get the American people's support or Democrats' support. The party is adrift at sea. The Republican Party is adrift at sea, trying to find a plan, and so far we've heard no serious plan at all. And that's not just me saying it. Here's what a Republican senator said yesterday. He said, I mean, what signal will it send if Republicans say we're going to say no to the Democrats' plan, but we're not going to offer anything? The message that will send is, good luck to the American people, we don't really care, unquote. That's from a Republican senator. I couldn't have said it better myself. So Republicans should join us on Thursday, vote yes on our proposal, extend the ACA tax credits by 3 years, and greatly reduce the specter of premiums going up and up and up. On chips, this one's an amazing one. Donald Trump is just selling out America for his own ego and his own gain. That's what he's doing on chips. When yesterday Donald Trump announced he was giving the green light to NVIDIA to send even more powerful AI chips to China, the H200, which are used to train AI models. Let's be clear. You can't claim to be tough on China if you willingly sell them some of the most advanced chips in the world so they can use it to strengthen their military. People on both sides of the aisle are aghast that Trump would do this. Does he think it through? Does he care about what will happen tomorrow or just his little announcement today? Donald Trump's announcement selling these chips to China is dangerous. They'll use them to strengthen their military, their technological edge, all at the expense of American and world national security. Even Donald Trump's own Department of Justice warned about the dangers of these chips making their way to China. Here's what they said, Department of Justice, DOJ, when they acted against a chip smuggling operation yesterday. Quote, this is Trump's Justice Department. Quote, they said, these chips are the building blocks of AI superiority and are integral to modern military applications. The country that controls these chips will control AI technology. The country that controls AI technology will control the future. Donald Trump, you're letting China control our future. You're selling us out. All so you can have a little one-day ego gain of making some kind of announcement, which no one's going to believe anyway. Donald Trump should listen to his own DOJ about the danger of giving China these chips before cutting stupid deals that cost America dearly in the years to come. But unfortunately, this is textbook Donald Trump. He is so desperate to get a deal with President Xi so he can get that photo op that he will sell out America's long-term security for his short-term political gain. This sellout is not only going to hurt us, it's going to hurt our children and our grandchildren as China begins to dominate the world in AI. And then he comes up with this tawdry deal where he says NVIDIA makes money and the U.S. makes money. The short-term gain of dollars from selling these chips is so much outweighed by the danger when China takes the lead on AI using the chips that were made in America and sold to them by Donald Trump. So I ask one question. Where's the outrage from my Republican colleagues? Are they just going to sit by while Donald Trump sells America out to Xi Jinping? That's what's going on here. The chips deal is terrible. It will cost our national security dearly, and the president must reverse course before it's too late. On the NDAA and Hegseth. Well, today, as has already been widely reported, Secretary Hegseth and top administration officials will hold a classified briefing for the Gang of Eight. At the Gang of Eight hearing, I will ask Secretary Hegseth directly, will he commit to providing all senators access to the unedited tapes of the September 2nd boat strike. Again, Hegseth, will you commit, with no BS, to providing all senators with access to the unedited tapes of the September 2nd boat strike? Because the longer the White House and the Pentagon hold on to the tapes, the more the American people are wondering, what are Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth trying to cover up? Are they lying to the American people, or are they just trying to hide their incompetence? No one in the administration can seem to get its story straight. Last week, Donald Trump said he'd have, quote, no problem releasing the full video of the strike. Then yesterday, he walked back his statement, claiming he never said it and it was fake ABC News. You know, Donald Trump says something, doesn't like what he said, he made a mistake, and then he says it's fake news. But he said it, and the American people heard it, and it's on tape. And then he blames one of the networks for simply broadcasting what he said. What is going on in this country, and how do we let this man do what he does, destroying our values, our morals, of the fact that America has always been an honest country? So let me be clear. The only thing that can bring more clarity to the American people is the full release of the unedited tapes. Plain and simple. Republicans and Democrats in Congress agree. That's why there's a provision in the most recent version of the NDA that demands a release of the unedited tapes to Congress. And if the Pentagon fails to hand over those tapes, Pete Hegseth's travel budget will be slashed by 25% until he complies. That was a bipartisan shot across the bow to Donald Trump, hand over the tapes, done by Republicans. I salute them for their courage in bucking him and bucking Hegseth. The inclusion of this NDAA provision restricting travel shows Congress is united in wanting to see these tapes as soon as possible. And both Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth must comply, say the Republican senators, or the DOD is penalized. I strongly support this provision and worked with Senator Reid, Senator Wicker, and others to keep it in. I hope it will compel Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth to do the right thing, release the tapes, give the American people the transparency we all deserve. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I was coming to the floor today, I heard the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, talking about wanting to send more government checks to insurance companies. That's what he said he wants to do. He's going to have a vote on it later this week. Wants to extend for 3 more years the checks that the Democrats say we ought to send to insurance company. I just disagree with him. Look, when it comes to health care, the American people deserve to have the care that they need from a doctor that they choose at lower costs, at a cost they can afford. Obamacare has done just the opposite. And today, Obamacare is collapsing under its own weight. So what are the Democrats trying to do? They're trying to prop it up with an additional $83 billion handed directly from the federal government to insurance companies. They want to send $83 billion directly from the Treasury into the bank accounts of the very profitable insurance companies that have been made more profitable under Obamacare. Democrats want to use your money to cover up for their failures. That's what's happening here. So this week, the Senate's going to vote on the Democrat plan to extend these Biden COVID bonuses for 3 more years with absolutely no reforms to a failing Obamacare program. No reforms, not one. What have we seen with the program so far that they've had? It's caused waste, fraud, corruption. Rich people get subsidies, insurance companies get rich. They all like it. That's why the Democrats are for it. Look, I practiced medicine in Wyoming for 24 years as an orthopedic surgeon. I was doing that before serving here now in the United States Senate. And I can tell you that these Biden COVID bonuses are a bad prescription because the side effects are so harmful. Widespread fraud and corruption, direct payments to line the pockets of big insurance companies, taxpayer-subsidized health care for millionaires. That's right, millionaires. You can earn $1 million a year and still get subsidized handsomely by what the Democrats are proposing and they're bringing to the floor to be voted on this week. That is the solution the Democrats have. Throw more government money at a problem that's caused the problem in the first place. And the people of my home state of Wyoming cannot continue to afford this endless drain that is Obamacare. So, Mr. President, the Democrats saw that Obamacare was failing. They saw the costs were getting high. They're trying to prop it up. They're trying to hide the failures. And in 2021, they used their narrow partisan majority to try to prop it up even more with the Biden COVID bonuses. Now, those are on top of all the other subsidies that the Democrats were sending to the insurance companies. Well, not a single Republican voted for it. Remember, these are new subsidies on top of the already generous subsidies. And now they're for everybody. No matter how much money you make, you qualify for these subsidies. This was initially designed to go for people that needed it, people that couldn't help themselves. But now, sky's the limit. What does that happen? Oh, and by the way, the Democrats said these will only be temporary. Don't worry, this is just because of COVID. But the following year, what did the Democrats do? They said, well, Obamacare is not in pretty good shape. We need to keep these going. This extra layer of subsidies, keep them going. They set the deadline date for coming up at the end of this month. Again, not a single Republican voted for it. Not one. Now, what did Chuck Schumer say today? He wants to extend them for another 3 years. $83 billion. So calling these Biden COVID bonuses temporary was just another way for them to cover up the damage that Obamacare is doing to the country. Well, they're doing it for one reason, because Obamacare is unaffordable. It is a failure. Premiums have risen over 220% since Obamacare became law. Well, what did Obama say? He said, oh, premiums are going to go down by $2,500 a year for a family. I think that was called the lie of the year by the press who evaluated those things. Even the deductibles have doubled. Look, sending another $83 billion to insurance companies is not going to fix the failures of Obamacare. And when you create direct payments to insurance companies that are this vast, no guardrails, predictable things will happen. Number one is, of course, the price of insurance will go up because there's more government money coming to it. And number two, fraud runs wild. That's right, absolute fraud. So the Government Accountability Office recently released a report that confirms it. In 2024 and 2025, the Government Accountability Office did something very revealing. They tried to figure out how easy it was to sign up for Obamacare using fake information. Would fraudsters be caught if they submitted fake information under Obamacare? And in fact, the GAO submitted 24 fake applications. It was intentional. They submitted them to the Obamacare exchanges to see if, under the Democrats' program, if these would actually be detected as fraudulent or if money would just flow from the federal government to those who submitted all these false papers. Would they get approved by the government? Or was there anything out there that would stop them? Well, 23 of the 24 fake applications were approved to qualify for Obamacare subsidies. Money's going to go, fake applications, incompetent federal government. That's what the American people see. So the GAO dug deeper. And they found, when they checked Social Security numbers, that a single Social Security number was used for enrolling 125 different Obamacare policies, all of which qualified for subsidies. Yeah, those Democrats love sending the money out. That's the thing they do. GAO also found that 58,000 Social Security numbers matched death records were also receiving subsidies. There they go. That's the way the Democrats roll. Democrats want to continue paying Obamacare bonuses directly to insurance companies for signing up people with Social Security numbers of people that are dead. Let's be very clear. The money from the Biden COVID bonuses, it's never actually seen by the American people. It goes right from the Department of Treasury, mainlined to the insurance companies. Insurance companies have recorded record profits. Their stocks are up 500 to 1,000% since Obamacare became law. Democrats created a system where insurance companies' profits are higher, and they go higher and higher the higher the premium rise. So it's in their best interest to continue to raise premiums. And as long as the Democrats are willing to subsidize all of that, that's what you're going to continue to get. A drain on the federal treasury, taxpayers being taken advantage of, insurance companies getting rich, and Democrats saying everything is fine when it is not. There are no cost controls. There are no incentives to compete on the insurance companies. Competition in healthcare has basically collapsed in terms of the insurance markets. In many rural counties, Mr. President, in your state and in mine, there may be only one choice. It's a monopoly. That's what we're finding across Wyoming. Many families have only one choice for health insurance. Take it or leave it. It's a monopoly. Charge what they want. Insurance companies, if they have to compete to offer people what they want to buy, people have the money to make their own decisions. That's going to bring down costs. It's going to provide more choices. Democrats get their way. Premiums are going to keep going up. Insurance companies are going to continue to collect big checks from taxpayers directly into their bank accounts. And there'll be no reforms to stop the fraud. And there's plenty of fraud. The Government Accountability Office has found it. It's been headlined in papers, including the Washington Post this morning. And yet the Democrats come to the floor and say, nope, $83 billion right out the door, right to the insurance companies. And that's their solution for a failed Obamacare health care. Look, we need to empower families to make their own decisions. People get it at home that Obamacare has failed the American taxpayers. People know they want the care that they need from a doctor they choose at a price they can afford. They're not going to get that with Obamacare. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
I ask unanimous consent to grant floor privileges to my intern, Jeremy Zwick, for his shadow day on December 10th, 2025.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum clause with respect to the Crane and Maxwell nominations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, a year ago, my two little boys sat right up there in the gallery above as I raised my right hand here on the floor. It was a moment unlike any other moment I've ever had in my life. My dear colleagues, I hope it's never lost upon us that we get to work a job whose job description is written in the Constitution of the United States. What a deeply humbling experience, one we should treasure every chance we get. Never in my life have I felt the call to serve so strongly and viscerally as I do right now. I believe we are in a moment of extraordinary consequence and magnitude, that the next 5 years will shape the next 5 decades. There is nowhere else I'd rather be than to be able to have a voice in this room and a vote in this chamber of monumental decisions that will shape our nation's future through tumultuous times. But there's a bittersweet taste now, a year later, as I look back upon the day that I was sworn in. By my children's side, as they watched me a year ago, were my parents, both born during the Korean War, born into poverty and struggled to survive. Both saw America as a place where they could achieve the closest thing that they could get to a guarantee that the family that they raised would have a better life than they did. It was actually predecessors in this room that passed the immigration reform that allowed my parents to come here. Had it not been for those decisions made here, our family story would have no choice and no chance in America. And the decisions we are making now are shaping families for generations to come. I am in awe of what this nation has afforded my family in just one generation. But now I think through an episode that happened a few weeks ago. I was with my father at the doctor's office, and the doctor asked my father, "Tell me about your son. Tell me what he does for a living," as I was seated right next to him. My father fell silent. He turned to me and looked with embarrassed eyes and said, "I don't know." My father no longer remembers being in this chamber a year ago. He no longer remembers that momentous day I had hoped that our family would never forget. He no longer remembers that his hard journey from the Korean War to immigrating to America that led to his son being sworn in as the very first Korean American senator ever. And it got worse. The next question the doctor asked him was, "What job did you have? What was your life's work?" And my father stared at the ground and paused and said the same 3 words. "I don't know." 3 words that I'm sure I will hear a lot more of from him, because that was the day that my father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Now, what made this all the more painful is that the answer to the doctor's question, what did my father do for his career? The answer is that my father was a geneticist, a medical researcher who spent his life trying to cure cancer and Alzheimer's. And now, as I was there witnessing Alzheimer's erase from my father's memory any recollection of his efforts to try to erase Alzheimer's from our world, I couldn't help but feel that Alzheimer's had won. I remember dropping him off after the appointment and sitting in the car alone, left to grapple with our new future, realizing for the first time that to my list of core identities, as a son, as a brother, a husband, a father, an American, a public servant, I now add caregiver. But with all of these other identities that I've assumed, I've embraced them. They've brought me joy and opportunity. They brought me my partner for life. They brought me the most precious boys I could ever imagine. But this new identity as a caregiver felt like it brought my family certain pain. The doctor warned me that the next year or two of my life would be hell. I remember having to rush back to the Capitol for votes after that doctor's appointment, and I was actually standing in this very spot when one of you came to me and started telling me about a bill that you wanted me to look at. And I remember politely saying, I'm sorry, but I'm barely keeping it together right now. My father's not well. Can we please talk about this tomorrow? And instead of walking away, my colleague stayed with me, showed me comfort, opened about their own struggles and challenges in their family. And I responded by sharing my growing fears about the uncertainty that lay ahead, that I would be forced to seek not the best care that my father could get, but instead the best care for my father that my family could afford. And suddenly I felt inadequate as a son, and I panicked. I couldn't help but play back the last few years, and I beat myself up that I didn't see this coming. Was there something I could have done to better prepare for this moment? I should have seen the warning signs and took the precautions to provide better care for my father and my family. And I fixated on a singular question: why is it so hard to provide care in this country? And from that question comes others. Why is providing care so insanely complicated? Why does it feel like we are so alone when we try to provide care to the people we love? And for many, the disease or injury is only part of the problem. We are the richest, most powerful country in the world. Why does it cost so much to provide care? The answers explain my anxiety. The median cost for a private room in a senior care facility in New Jersey is $14,788 per month. That's over $177,000 per year. That is outrageous. It should be unacceptable. Who can afford that? I'll tell you, I can't. I look at the costs and I look at our finances, and the costs of caregiving have been catastrophic for my family this year. But this is the reality for millions of Americans. And so many countless families are in much more dire circumstances than mine. They tell me how they are basically having to bankrupt themselves. A neighbor told me how she had to sell her forever home that they had hoped to grow old in just to pay her husband's bills for his dementia care. This is the storm after the storm, a storm of our own making. And out of this strain and stress, we feel alone. It shouldn't have to be this hard. And on top of this, I feel overwhelmed by a nagging feeling that my new identity as a caregiver is in direct competition with my other identities, that it diminishes and drains what I can provide to my kids as their father and to others that I love. I can't save for their education like I had planned to. I think of all the costs that we have endured over the years, daycare, healthcare, all the other experiences that I want to provide my kids that I might no longer be able to. And even if you can afford this, what an anxiety-filled time it is to be raising kids. You can try to keep them off their phones or social media, but it dominates the conversations they have with their friends. You can try to give them the best education, but you look at the future where AI dominates and you worry if they will be able to find a job that provides them the stability and security you want for them. And I see a world around us, the wars and the divisiveness. It's so much at times it feels hard to breathe. And I ask myself a question: what kind of America are my two boys, your kids and your grandkids, going to grow up in? Regardless of the political parties to which we belong, I think we can all agree that a nation this powerful and this extraordinary should not be mired in this level of division. My boys are now 8 and 10. That gives me about 15 years before they're off on their own. And I know actually many of you have told me that it will be much longer than that because they'll probably move back into my basement after college. But that's my timeline. I've got about 15 years to try and fix this. So that is why I'm here. That is why I take a seat in the U.S. Senate. I'm a father willing to do everything I humanly can to try to fix this country for my kids and my family. But I'm worried. I'm worried because we stand here in this chamber under this ubiquitous phrase, e pluribus unum, out of many one, centered in the most prominent position in this room. It is the same motto that perches over the Capitol Rotunda, the House chamber, the Oval Office. But I ask you, does it ring true, especially in this divided moment? It often feels that it's more like out of many, many, e pluribus multis. But I still believe in that phrase. I still believe in e pluribus unum. It's a beautiful and telling phrase. But as I've been thinking about it, I realize that there's something missing. How does many turn into one? The phrase, it's missing the verb. How do we actually get from many to one? It doesn't just happen on its own. Now, being the nerd that I am, I dug around and I tracked down the origin of the phrase back to Cicero at the dawn of republics, and I found the missing verb. He says, when each person loves the other as much as himself, it makes one out of many. The missing verb is to love. But how do we express that to each other, not just here in this chamber, but across this great land? Another way to think about it is when we care for one another as we would care for ourselves. Care is how we manifest love of nation, love of each other. And it is this realization that I have come to. E pluribus unum requires love and care. How we become one out of many is to become caregivers to one another. That we here in this chamber are to be caregivers to this nation, a nation that right now needs healing, a nation whose future is uncertain and unsteady. My role as a caregiver has taken on new meaning. The care with which I transfer my father to his wheelchair and wash his disabled body is but an example of the care with which we must handle a nation in fragile times. And in my new role, I've learned that care must flow in all directions, not just towards those that we feel affinity to. I've not shared this publicly before, but my father and I have had a difficult relationship over our lives. We've gone through tough times of division and separation, and I'd be lying to you if I told you that being a caregiver to him is easy and flows naturally from a boundless love. It's hard to provide care if it doesn't always feel reciprocal. And there are times that I feel guilty when I feel trapped. But for all the faults that he and I embody, it doesn't diminish responsibility. And I will give him a good and decent life as best that I can provide. I will bring that same sense of responsibility right here into this chamber with a nation divided. I believe that one can and should care for one another, even in the face of division and disagreement. Just as caregivers have a responsibility to those in their care, we as senators, as Americans, have a responsibility to one another, as community members, as people. And here in the Senate, it's where we should exemplify this action of care. I have seen glimpses of what the Senate can be, this sacred ground that we get the honor to embody. It's not just a place of heated debate and consequential votes. It can be a place of care. It must be a place of care, not just for those of us in this chamber, but for the nation. The care you have shown me, from the ears with which you have listened to my telling of my troubles, let us pour that out of these doors and give it towards the 7 million Americans afflicted with Alzheimer's, the tens of millions more who are families struggling with the struggles of their loved ones. Let our care pour out to the tens of millions of parents who struggle to give their kids the kind of life they want. Let us build a caregiver movement to care for our family and also our nation. Today, in this maiden speech, I make a promise to the people of New Jersey and the people of this country that for as long as I have to serve here, I will do everything I can to give you the care you deserve. I will care for your parents and grandparents as hard as I will for mine. I will care for your kids and grandkids as much as I care for mine. I will not be perfect, and I will stumble at times. But I've learned as a caregiver, I have no other choice but to endure. Whether it's the emergency calls in the middle of the night, or the drop everything moments where I have to rush to the hospital. There is no alternative. As a caregiver, we are the backstop. We here in this chamber need to be that for the ailing nation. We are the backstop. And there are times where it will be, to again quote my father's doctor, hell, not just for my family but for our country. But there is no greater cause than care. No bigger responsibility exists than the one we have to the people we love, and that extends to the nation that we love. And there's no larger obligation that we have as senators, as Americans, to make it easier to look after each other. This is my maiden speech. And one day I will stand here again to give my farewell speech. And the duration between these two speeches will, I hope, not be measured in years, but instead by the problems I sought to tackle and solve. That in between these speeches, I hope we meet the urgency and lead our nation forward with strategy and purpose. I've often said that we work in what's arguably the most reactionary building in America, reacting to the headlines, the social posts. But it doesn't have to be this way. Instead, we can be a Senate that sets out real goals and builds the strategy to meet them. Where do we want our nation to be in 10, 20, 30 years from now? I want to be a part of that Senate, a Senate unafraid to pursue big ideas. I hope in my future farewell speech, I can say that I was part of the Senate that finally delivered universal health care for our nation. A Senate that found a way to provide child care to every family and long-term care for every senior in need. A Senate that catalyzed innovation that led to prevent and cure Alzheimer's and other wretched diseases. A Senate that finally gave care to our caregivers who for so long have felt invisible and taken for granted. A Senate that stood up against corruption and restored trust of the American people back into our democracy and governance. A Senate that helped restore American global leadership, which shaped a world where peace and prosperity fosters freedom and innovation for everyone. And a Senate that created the kind of America where I can ease my anxiety as a parent as I watch my boys become men. Colleagues, I ask for your help here because I cannot do this alone. None of us have this power alone. And the nation is looking to us right now to right the ship and give a vision that we can be proud of. To my staff, I promise you that this will be a noble journey you will be proud to be a part of. I know this will be hard and could very well fall short of our lofty goals. But I want no regret in my time here in this sacred chamber, that I can say I did everything I could, that I have no regrets about the time I spent here, being a caregiver to our great nation, to make one out of many. I'm ready. Let's get to work. And with that, I'll yield back.
Senator of New Jersey.
As my colleagues are understandably greeting my colleague, I just wanted to take a moment and take the floor to express my deep admiration for a man that I've known for decades. I first met Andy Kim when he was a college student, and I was interviewing him for a Rhodes Scholarship. I was part of this panel of people who had to interview some of the best people from the state of New Jersey for this vaunted scholarship. And I will tell you right now, when Andy Kim walked in that room, he blew away every one of the interviewers. I like to brag around New Jersey now that while now hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people have voted for Andy Kim, I was perhaps the first person to do so. What I saw in a young college student decades ago has only blossomed so much more as he has gone from a young man to a United States Senator. We throw around the word patriotism a lot, and it's often used in a way to brandish pride or, at its worst, as a way to condemn others. But the truth of patriotism was in the language we heard today. It is in the language of love, the fact that you cannot love your country unless you love your fellow countrymen and women. I am excited that New Jersey has a senator of unassailable brilliance, but what makes him special is not simply his extraordinary head, but the profound depths of his heart. New Jersey is a state that often I call the Rodney Dangerfield state, where we get no respect, but the truth of the matter is New Jersey has a representative that in this body that's known for partisanship, he is a person that is seen by colleagues on both sides of the aisle as someone that has a soul force, someone who has a heart, someone who is determined to be the kind of patriot this nation needs. I would be remiss in not mentioning this. I love the fact that we have this body that represents so many American traditions, so many streams of lived experiences that make this a great representation of our nation. But the truth is, we are still seeing so many firsts in this body. One first we should recognize is the one that Andy Kim exemplifies. He is the first Korean American to serve in this body at a time that Korean Americans have made contributions from the academics to the sciences, innovators, business people, farmers. But this is the first time the United States of America has seen a Korean American, the son of immigrants, stand in this body. I will tell you this, not just because of his heritage, not just because of the uniqueness of his presence on this floor, but because of the depth of his humanity. His demonstration today of the urgency that we stand up and allow people to see our vulnerability, see our frailty. In fact, in many ways, Andy Kim has shown that often the greatest courage is found in the depths of our frailty, our vulnerability, and our candor and honesty with our own struggles. I am a man of great physical stature relative to my smaller senator. But I hope everybody in America knows this. I may have a greater physical stature, but since I met him as a college student, I look up to my friend and my brother, a giant of a human, Andy Kim. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, I also rise to commend my new colleague of less than a year on his maiden speech. And I rise as the senior-most Republican on the floor at this time to congratulate him on behalf of my colleagues on the Republican side. Andy Kim is going to cast votes that will be considered way further to the left than those that I will cast. There'll be ratings that will rate him 100% and probably get me a 0. And on the conservative ratings, it will be close to the same in the other direction. But having watched him, having listened to him, having attended Senate prayer breakfasts with Andy Kim over the past few months, I know that he's someone whose heart is good and who will work with every senator and every member of the House to advance this nation. I'm glad that Senator Andy Kim mentioned e pluribus unum. And I've learned a history lesson. I had never gone back to Cicero, but I found it interesting that Senator Kim went back and found that the verb there that allowed many to become one was love in the view of Cicero. And it reminded me of perhaps a passage that he and I might have heard or read from the New Testament in some of our prayer breakfasts. And that is when Jesus of Nazareth was asked by the experts what was the greatest commandment. And Jesus answered, you should love your God with all your heart and soul and might. This is the first and great commandment, but the second is like unto it. The second greatest commandment is just like it, and that's love your neighbor. And what that means to me, as someone who's been a Christian since my early days in grade school, is that in order to show that you actually love God, you must love your neighbor. And so I appreciate what we've learned from the New Testament and Cicero, which brings us to the great importance of working toward a more perfect union. We'll never have a perfect union in this world, but out of many, we can become one, and it's the kind of rhetoric and the kind of leadership that we've heard from our young colleague today that makes me more and more optimistic about that. And so I commend my friend and my colleague, and I look forward to working with him in the coming years. And I yield. Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
after consulting with both sides of the aisle, I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call votes commence immediately.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Crapo, Ernst, Marshall, Marino, Sheehy, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, Padilla, Rosen, Smith, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no.
Do this every day.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. No. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye.
It wouldn't be.
Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. No. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mr. King. Mr. King. No. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye.
That may work. And then
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts. Aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. Aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. No. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Shaheen. Mr. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
Okay.
And then read that.
On this vote, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of both the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted. The clerk will report the motion to vote cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of William J. Crane of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Louisiana, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of William J. Crane of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Louisiana shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Yes. Thanks. Thank you. Gotcha. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal.
No, the whole thing was cool. I mean, that's what you joined this place.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Okay.
Mr. Booker.
Sullivan, aye.
Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Thank you. Mr. Kane. Oops. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Thanks. Ms. Klobuchar. Thank you. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Thank you. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Sullivan, Tillis, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Murphy, Murray, Reed, Sanders, Warner, and Warren. Mr. King, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Langford, aye. Yeah. You can invite her. It's like a vampire.
Can I invite her into the what?
You can invite her up here to the desk to talk to you. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
That's a good yes.
Mr. Padilla, aye. No, I didn't, but. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Fun. I'm just... Are you guys come? Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Booker, no. Wait, who are you waiting on? Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schumer, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, William J. Crane of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District.
This order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Thanks. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Thank you. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the negative: Britt, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Husted, Johnson, Marino, Ricketts, Schmidt, and Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Booker, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Merkley? No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Aye. Ms. Warren? No.
Next Tuesday.
Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Coons? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Lee? Aye. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Moran, aye. You're in. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 46. The nomination is agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President would be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of James D. Maxwell II of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Mississippi, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of James D. Maxwell II of Mississippi to be the United States District Judge for the Northern District of Mississippi shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Janes, Ms. Duckworth, thank you. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, thank you. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Moran, Paul, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, and Thune. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, King, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Sanders, and Schiff. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kramer, Aye. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Welch? No.
Mr. Cotton? Aye. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Young? Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Aye, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. In there. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
The yeas are 49, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, James D. Maxwell II of Mississippi to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Mississippi. You're welcome.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this week we are going to spend a lot of time discussing problems with our healthcare system. To do that, we need to understand just how we got here. Concerns about the rising healthcare costs are not new. In 2009, Democrats highlighted shortcomings in the American healthcare system as proof that the federal government had to intervene. President Obama told us how to judge his healthcare plan. He told us that Americans would be able to keep their insurance plans and their doctors. And he also told us that insurance premiums would go down. As everyone knows, these predictions did not come true. But there were signs from the start that Obamacare would not work, which is why not one single Republican voted for it. That is also why the Democrats created the premium tax credits in the first place. They did not trust the one-size-fits-all nature of Obamacare to lower costs or to expand options. Instead of decreasing over the last 15 years, Obamacare premiums have increased over 220%. A family of four pays $10,000 more for coverage today than they did before Obamacare, and their deductibles have doubled. Insurance providers have dried up and rural hospitals are struggling. Obamacare has undermined health care in America. In 2021, the Democrats again decided that premiums were too high and that a federal response was necessary. But rather than fix the structural flaws in Obamacare, they created an even bigger subsidy with fewer guardrails to entice more people into a broken program. Not only did they make the subsidy bigger, they made everyone eligible, regardless of their income. So families making $600,000 a year began to qualify. Democrats also temporarily eliminated reviews to confirm accurate payments, and that allowed individuals to continuously enroll throughout the year. Because those changes were made under the premise of responding to the pandemic, the enhancements were only supposed to last for 2 years. But before they expired, the Democrats again extended them for 3 more years. Again, without a single Republican vote. With those expanded subsidies again about to expire, and by the way, on a date set by my Democrat colleagues, the pattern has become clear. Democrats respond to rising premiums by throwing taxpayer dollars at the problem. Their supposedly short-term fixes only drive premiums higher and make the problem harder to solve, leaving us with apparently no choice other than to do the same thing again and again and again. Obamacare is broken, and throwing good taxpayer money after bad policy is not going to fix it. The enhanced premium tax credits account for only about 4 percentage points of next year's projected 20% increase in insurance premiums. Let me say that again. These enhanced premium tax credits that we are talking about only account for about 4 percentage points of next year's projected 20% increase in insurance on premium. Extending them will not solve the crisis. What it will do is cause tens of billions of more dollars to be paid directly to insurance companies without improving patient care or choice. With taxpayers footing the bill, these subsidies give insurance companies every single reason they need to keep hiking premiums. Even the Washington Post just yesterday explained, in their words, Obamacare subsidies make it too easy to scam the system. Last year, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services found that 1.6 million Americans were enrolled in both Medicaid and Obamacare plans. This year, 6.4 million Americans were improperly enrolled in enhanced premium tax credits at a cost of $27 billion. Another 12 million subsidized plans reported no claims in 2024, suggesting that many of them were opened on behalf of people who did not even know they were insured. Because insurance companies receive the subsidies, regardless of whether a plan is used, there is no incentive on their part to check the enrollment status. In 2024, $35 billion were paid out for these unused plans. My colleagues in the House asked the Government Accountability Office to look into the fraud surrounding the Obamacare tax credits. And their findings, the findings of the GAO, were shocking. The GAO created fake identities and attempted to enroll them in Obamacare plans. All 4 of their fake applicants in 2024 received a subsidy. This year, 18 out of 20 fake applicants received the subsidy. GAO also found tens of thousands of cases of apparent identity theft and hundreds of thousands of cases where insurers or brokers changed people's plans or enrolled them in new ones without their consent. Perhaps worst of all, they found that over $21 billion worth of subsidies, nearly a third of all subsidies paid in 2023, had not been double-checked against enrollees' income. That means that there was nothing stopping these enrollees from misrepresenting their incomes to receive higher subsidies than those for which they were eligible. Ultimately, it is not just the taxpayers that are hurt by this fraud, although taxpayers should not be on the hook for it to begin with. The other Americans who rely on federal health programs suffer as these program dollars go to waste. Republicans addressed some of these program integrity issues in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, when we tightened eligibility and verification standards for federal health care programs. But no degree of oversight and enforcement is as effective as addressing the basic incentives in the system that result in fraud. I appreciate that some of my Democratic colleagues have finally acknowledged these issues, but the fact remains they've not offered any ideas on how to solve them. Extending these expensive, fraud-ridden subsidies for another 3 years with no reforms, and I repeat, no reforms, is a non-starter. Continuing to pour billions of dollars more into the pockets of big insurance companies and fraudsters will not lower health care costs for American families, especially when you consider that the vast majority of Americans are not insured through the Obamacare marketplace and are therefore not even eligible for these subsidies in the first place. Senator Cassidy and I have a different plan. The motivating principle is simple. Patients should decide where their health care spending goes, not insurance companies. In line with President Trump's call to direct money to patients instead of insurance companies, this approach builds on the success of the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, which expanded health savings accounts and their eligibility to be paired with more affordable insurance plans. These pre-funded, patient-driven accounts will help Americans pay for the out-of-pocket costs that are making health care unaffordable. Our plan would take some of the money that otherwise would be spent on the COVID bonuses and direct it to health savings accounts attached to Obamacare bronze or catastrophic plans as monthly deposits totaling $1,000 to $1,500 per year. Families can use that money to cover costs not handled by their insurance policy without waiting for insurance companies to approve their treatment decisions. Because families want the best value for their money, they will seek out the most appropriate treatment. Over time, this will result in lower health care costs as providers compete for patients. Our plan would also fund cost-sharing reduction subsidies, which mitigate out-of-pocket costs for low-income enrollees, reducing premiums by over 10% and saving taxpayers money. I'll repeat that. Our plan will reduce premiums by 10% and save taxpayers money. These cost-sharing reductions would finally change the notion that Americans should simply accept ever-escalating premiums as the norm. In contrast, the Democrats' temporary COVID bonuses do not lower costs or premiums at all. They throw billions of dollars at insurance companies, up to 20% of which can go into profit and overhead, and our plan avoids that issue and empowers patients to control their own health care. We cannot transform our broken health care system overnight, but we can make real progress. We still have a chance to enact reforms that will do more than paper over the cracks in our health care system. We should take that opportunity instead of making the enhanced premium tax credit mistake all over once again. It's time to lay the groundwork for giving Americans more control over their health care choices and making quality health care more affordable. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, this is a really interesting debate. Right now, Democrats are advocating to send $26 billion to insurance companies so that you subsidize plans, silver-level plans, which have a $6,000 deductible. I've asked people who've asked me about this, do you have $6,000 in your bank account to spend on health care before the insurance actually kicks in? Not one has yet raised his hand. And I think some of those advocating for this among Democrats just don't realize the financial situation American families are in when we ask them to pay $6,000 before the insurance kicks in. $6,000 beyond the premium that they are paying for the health insurance. And so patients are going to see their doctor, and they can't afford a deductible. When I was practicing, I'd say to my patients, what about this procedure, this test, this medicine? Doctor, I'm in my deductible. I cannot afford that. And so to have a $6,000 deductible is for many the same as having no insurance at all. Now, by the way, it goes without saying, under your traditional medical insurance plan, you don't get eyeglasses, you don't get your teeth cleaned. Why not, instead of sending 100% of the money to the insurance company, of which they take 20% for profit and overhead, instead we send 100% to the patient, and then she can spend it on the services that she knows she needs. And this is kind of, if you will, the Republican plan. And I'm going to tilt it this way so those in the audience can see, because they represent the American people. Under the Democratic plan, they want to send 100% of the money to the insurance company that takes 20% for profit and overhead. And only 80% goes for patient care. But to get that 80%, you've got to ask permission. We, Republicans, want to give the money to the patient so that she can pay for her physician, her dentist, her drugs, her eyeglasses. She gets the money, and she can get the health care that she knows she needs, as opposed to the health care that she gets permission from her insurance company to get. To put it simply, We want power to the patient, not profit to the insurance company. Now, the other side is going to claim, oh, no, wait, no. In some way that the plan we're proposing does not work out financially for the American people. You're not lowering their premiums. You're not helping them with their first dollar cost. Can we put this up, please? So here's a prospective plan from my state. A couple, 55 years old, with a 20 and a 21-year-old on their insurance policy, 500% of federal poverty level. The bronze plan is $2,250 per month. The silver plan is significantly more expensive, $6,000 more expensive a year. It's almost $3,000. Under our plan, everybody up to age 49 gets $1,000 into their health savings account. If it's a family account, it goes into the family account. And those over 49 get $1,500. So this family of four with those ages gets $5,000 into their health savings account. $5,000 that when I go to the doctor and I've got an earache and I need medicine, the health savings account pays for the doctor's visit and the health savings account pays for the medicine. Contrast that with what Democrats want. They want a plan which is $6,000 more a month, and the net deductible is higher. And, Mr. President, you don't have $5,000 to begin paying for your medical bill. You've got no money whatsoever, and that first trip to the doctor, you're paying out of your purse, you're paying out of your pocketbook. This is the plan that works for the American people? Not. Mr. President, when I was a physician, but no, as somebody who had 3 children, this is not the plan that would have worked for my family. Republicans are trying to meet the American people where we know they are, not where some theoretical, oh, that's where they should be. Most Americans don't have $6,000 to pay for health care before they get to the ability of the insurance. So let's do just kind of a side-by-side comparison. Mr. President, here is the difference between the two accounts. Who gets the money? Under their plan, insurance companies. Under our plan, patients and families. What can the money be used for? Well, here it's subsidized premiums. There, which means that the insurance company gets it and takes 20% for deductible and copay. Under our plan, you can use it for your doctor visit, your x-rays, to see your dentist, your glasses, your prescriptions. This is real medical care, not something the insurance company permits you to have. Who makes the decision? Under their plan, the insurance company. Under our plan, power to the patient. We want that patient, we want that mama, we want that wife, because they're the ones who always make the decisions on health care, to be the one that has the power. Contributes to lower cost? Under their plan, no, because it goes to the insurance company that continues to pay those higher rates. To the patient, if you give her this money, you've got $5,000 to spend it wisely, she's going to say, wait a second, the x-ray is $150 here and $500 there. I'm going to where it is cheaper, not more expensive. And I can tell you when that begins to happen, the people who are more expensive begin to lower their price. This is a plan that by sending it to the patient for real care, to the patients with the power, you empower the patient to shop, driving competition, lowering health care costs. And we just heard from Senator Crapo. Under the plan that my Democratic colleagues support, we've seen widespread fraud and unauthorized enrollment. Under our plan, if you got a health savings account, it's pretty easy. I just signed up for a similar type of account on my health care. You got to show who you are. It's not really hard. It took me about 5 minutes. But the banks that manage this money are going to require that you identify that you're a real person. This is an anti-fraud program. Mr. President, what's not to like? The money goes to the patient, not to the insurance company. It's used for real care, gives the patient the power to shop and find a better price, which lowers health care costs, And along the way, we have mechanisms which cut out the fraud. Mr. President, this should be the basis of a bipartisan deal. Next, please. Was that it? Mm-hmm. So, Mr. President, I've called some of my Democratic colleagues. Let me start over. I've been asked by the press, why wouldn't Democrats want this? I mean, why would they not want 100% of the money going to the patient instead of 100% of it going to the insurance company, and the insurance company takes 20% for profit and for overhead? Why wouldn't Democrats want to give power to the patient so that she can shop for a better deal, instilling competition, which ultimately lowers cost? Why would Democrats not want a system which begins to squeeze out the fraud that Senator Crapo pointed out is so rampant in this program? I just shrugged my shoulders. I'm not sure. As I say in my Spanish language class, dígame. I'm not quite sure I follow. And then I heard Minority Leader Schumer explain. This is all about Hyde. They're afraid that our plan will not allow abortions, and so they are going to continue to send the money to the insurance company, subsidizing premiums, profit for the insurance companies, contributing to health care inflation, and with unchecked fraud, all because of what is called the Hyde Amendment. Now, by the way, what is the Hyde Amendment? For those watching, the federal government, consistent with the will of the American people, has made a decision not to spend federal dollars to pay for abortion. That's what the Hyde Amendment is. And Republicans, for most Republicans, that's an important part of our position. And Democrats have decided that they're willing to forego all these advantages in order to protect insurance companies paying for abortion. Now, Mr. President, let me tell you the ultimate irony in that. When Obamacare passed, President Obama made a deal in which these plans are not supposed to pay for abortion. Section 1303, if I remember correctly, Mr. President, of the Obamacare law said that these dollars are not supposed to pay for abortion. Now, Democrats are defending dollars paying for abortion. Either they're going to acknowledge that insurance companies are ignoring the law, in which case, wait, we're going to enable insurance companies to break a law, or they're attempting to introduce a source of funding for abortion that President Obama himself did not include. Now, if your rationale to send 100% to the insurance companies instead of 100% to the patient, to subsidize premiums instead of paying for real doctor care, to let the insurance company make the decision instead of the patient, to not contribute to lowering costs versus empowering patients to shop for a better deal and by competition lowering health care costs. And by the way, did I point out they can get a lower premium with $5,000 in a health savings account for that family that otherwise could not afford care? Because you're trying to introduce a new right to abortion in a federal insurance policy? Be honest with the American people. Either the original Obamacare law is being ignored, or you're trying to establish a new right. Now, Mr. President, I have said before, we need to find a way that the American people can afford their insurance. Absolutely. We need to find that way. And I've said repeatedly, I don't want a Republican plan. I don't want a Democratic plan. I want an American plan, a plan that works for our fellow Americans so that they can afford the insurance that this Republican absolutely wants them to have. But we've got to do it in a way in which they have real insurance, not a policy with a $6,000 deductible with lots of fraud associated with it, and which does nothing to achieve the goals that we know we need. And I don't see why Republicans merely pointing out that under the Obamacare law, this was not supposed to pay for abortion in the first place, that should be the reason that we cannot protect Americans from these $6,000 deductibles. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
When the Affordable Care Act became law, President Obama promised affordable health care. So contrary to Obama's promises, in reality, Obamacare has spiked health insurance premiums and led to higher costs. Instead of fixing Obamacare and lowering costs, Democrats established a new temporary COVID subsidy for wealthy households. Temporary. That temporary ends December 31st. Democrats want to extend it way beyond that. Another example of a temporary program never being very temporary. So this temporary subsidy has driven more taxpayer dollars into broken systems where premiums keep going up and more money is shoved to insurance companies. Now remember the promises of 2010, Obamacare's passage that year. It was promised to bring down health care costs by $2,500, and we see now 15 years later, it's up at least $5,000. So you can see the promise of 2010 by President Obama was off by $7,500. So I want to explain how we got here, discuss my concerns about fraud, waste, and abuse in Obamacare, and provide some common sense solutions to bring down health care costs. When Obamacare became law, it established taxpayer-funded subsidies through the federal health insurance marketplace to reduce a household monthly insurance premiums. However, these subsidies go directly to insurance companies, not to the consumer. In the United States today, the median household income is $84,000 a year. Permanent law gives Obamacare premium subsidies to a family of 3, making up to 4 times the federal poverty line, which is about $106,000 a year. That means that someone making $20,000 more than the median household income is eligible for a subsidy under permanent law. I assume the Obamacare authors probably figured households making much more than the median household income made enough money to buy insurance without taxpayers subsidizing it. Nothing in this debate takes away middle-income household subsidies. A family making up to $106,000 is at 400% of the poverty line. Let me make it very clear. Those families are eligible for a subsidy today, next year, the year after, and so on until the law is changed, and I don't expect that it'll be changed. Now, in 2021, things changed. Supposed to be temporary. As I pointed out, temporary laws in this country soon become permanent. In 2021, the Democrats passed their partisan reconciliation law that temporarily lifted the income cap on Obamacare subsidies. Now, that was supposed to be temporary. The cap, which was at 4 times the poverty line, was removed temporarily in the name of COVID. In other words, the country was facing a very dramatic health issue, and the federal government shut down the economy. 22 million people were unemployed, and we didn't really know what it was all about. Now, we learned a lot of lessons from that, and those lessons would not be repeated, hopefully. But this program, a temporary program, was set up in this time of great distress about what the future held. Now, as a result of this temporary program, because of Obamacare and COVID, wealthy households making $600,000, which is well above the median household income, are eligible for the temporary taxpayer-funded Obamacare subsidies, or better known as COVID bonuses. The expansion of Obamacare subsidies for wealthy earners has cost billions, and the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, projections for its costs keep going up. So in 2021, anticipating some of these problems, I wrote a letter to then Health and Human Services Secretary and also the IRS Commissioner. In that letter, I expressed concern about the lack of fiscal responsibility in the Obamacare subsidy expansion and how that expansion would lead to more waste, fraud, and abuse. At the time, the HHS Secretary responded saying, quote, HHS and the IRS take program integrity seriously, end of quote. The Health and Human Services Secretary outlined all the ways that the agency was preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. I can only conclude that the Biden administration's response was just empty rhetoric. Since my letter to the HHS Secretary, the Government Accountability has found ongoing fraud risk in these Obamacare subsidies. In the last 2 years, the Government Accountability Office successfully enrolled 96% of its fictitious applicants in Obamacare. I really mean fictitious people. This was a test by Government Accountability Office to see how easy it was to fraud. Now, when they started out, they didn't know that that might be the result. But I'm going to tell you that that is the result. For example, the Government Accountability Office succeeded in enrolling these fake people despite rules requiring documentation to confirm citizenship status and income. The Government Accountability also found that HHS had let Social Security numbers be misused by allowing the same number to be used more than once. The agency also failed to match enrollment data with Social Security's death data and chose not to reconcile the tax credit overpayments with IRS tax data. Fraud, waste, and abuse doesn't stop with those examples. This summer, the Trump administration found 1 6/10 million people were duly enrolled in 2024 in Medicaid and Obamacare, leading to billions of waste. Now understand, 1 6/10 million people having two sources of health care. And then at the same time, we keep telling the public how many people in this country, the millions that don't have any insurance at all, and here we had 1 6/10 million people were enrolled in two health care systems. My own oversight has shown how billions in Obamacare subsidy overpayments were not collected, and can you believe this? Rules let billions go uncollected. The COVID bonuses created incentives to misestimate income to qualify for larger Obamacare subsidies, leading to billions of waste. Yes, higher income people reporting lower income than they actually had just to get a government subsidy. And lastly, insurance agents are using targeted internet ads to fraudulently enroll consumers with false income verification extension requests. Extending the COVID bonus permanently increases the deficit by $350 billion and lets billions more go to fraud, waste, and abuse. CBO has found that 3 9/10 million Americans would lose their employer-sponsored health insurance if we make these subsidies for wealthy earners permanent. In other words, because of a government program that was supposed to be temporary, and if it's continued, employers are smart enough to stop their health care program, health insurance program, and turn it over to the government and the government subsidy that goes with it. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will suggest that they're only asking for another quote-unquote temporary extension of the COVID bonuses for wealthy households. Yet their bill will cost taxpayers nearly $300 billion, and there are no reforms to stop fraud, waste, and abuse. Now, despite warnings from the Government Accountability Office and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, last issued a comprehensive fraud risk assessment of Obamacare subsidies in 2018. Now, the law doesn't require that report every year, but Government Accountability Office said it ought to be issued every year. And so by not issuing that on a regular basis, the agency failing to update its fraud risk assessment plan doesn't surprise me that we have a lot of fraud. My oversight in 2013 found the Obama administration at that time tried to exempt Obamacare from certain federal antitrust provisions. Yes, the administration at that time wanted
antitrust, anti-fraud provisions to be ignored. So any wonder why you have an environment for fraud? The full arsenal of civil and criminal anti-fraud protections must be used. I've introduced the Fraud Risk Assessment Obama Subsidy Accountability Act. My bill simply requires the agency to update its fraud risk assessment of Obamacare and update it yearly. I'm glad the agency is already working to update its fraud risk assessment, but we must hold the agency accountable to complete this. We can lower, I'm glad the Republican-led Congress and the Trump administration have begun cracking down on Obamacare fraud, waste, and abuse, thanks to the one big, beautiful bill that the president signed on July the 4th. The new law stops resources from going to illegal immigrants and those not here permanently, establishes improved pre-enrollment verification, and requires excess subsidies to be repaid. It's a start, but more work needs to be done. We can lower healthcare costs and increase quality. It starts with expanding access and competition to high-quality, affordable health insurance through health saving accounts, association health plans, and other consumer-driven health plans. Lowering healthcare costs requires action to reduce prescription drug prices through pharmacy benefit managers and reforming that program. I've been leading the charge to hold PBMs accountable and put sunshine on their opaque business practices. We also need price transparency. I'm a co-sponsor of a bill that's entitled Patients Deserve Price Tag Act and supported the Trump administration's efforts to establish price transparency on hospitals and health insurance companies through regulations. Just like all of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I'm committed to finding solutions to bring down health care costs for American families and not extending government handouts to insurance companies. I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, it seems like it was just yesterday. The year was 2010. I was in the surgeon's lounge, and what I remember on the headline news of the day was Nancy Pelosi saying something to the effect of, "We've got to pass the bill so we can read it." And I knew this bill had something to do with health care. They were calling it the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, as we now know it by, the Not So Affordable Care Act. So the doctors and I scrambled, and we said, we better see what's in this bill. And we said, first of all, gosh, it looked like the insurance companies wrote this bill. The federal government is going to give direct subsidies, corporate welfare to insurance companies, to health insurance companies. It was supposed to max out at $50 billion a year. Today it's $150 billion a year. The next thing when we looked at that bill, we said, my goodness, There is so much rules and regulations. We're going to have to take nurses off the floor, turn them into data entry. We're going to have to stay hours at a time after practice, after office hours, just to do these electronic medical records. We said that this overregulation was going to lead to consolidation of industry. Here we are 15 years later, Mr. President, and that's exactly what happened. We have three PBMs controlling 85% of prescription drugs. Most every state has one or two healthcare insurance companies controlling the market. There's typically one or two hospital systems controlling healthcare in a large geographical area. The smaller companies could just never keep up. So what we've seen is 15 years of failed policies, but families deserve real reform, and that's why we're trying to do. We're trying to reform to fix the Not So Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. And of all the things we saw coming, we thought it would be fraud. But when fraud really spiked is when we added these enhanced premium tax credits, the Biden enhanced premium tax credits, and just like the original ACA, these enhanced premium tax credits were voted for only with Democrat votes. And what it allowed is for patients to have health insurance without paying anything towards the premium. So we had headhunters went across the country, they got a person's name, they got their birth date, they enrolled them in Obamacare, and the patient never even knew they were on it. But the federal government's been spending money to these insurance companies. In fact, 1 out of 3 people on Obamacare in a given year never make an insurance claim. 1 out of 3 people on Obamacare never make an insurance claim. That's because most of them don't even know they're on it. And when there's no money coming out of one of their accounts, they have no idea that they're on it. I think that Americans, it's like shoplifting. Shoplifting at a grocery store, we all end up paying for that. The rest of the consumers have to pay for the shoplifting, and that's what's happening in Obamacare, is everybody else is paying for that increased premium. So the first thing that we want to do is to stop the fraud in the Affordable Care Act. And we do that, several ways. How about something as simple as checking IDs? I can't get a hotel room tonight. When you apply for Medicare, for Social Security, you need an ID. We need to have job verification. We need to check IDs. We need technology to figure out when dead people should have the stipend stop. The recent GAO report showed that 58,000 dead people were having premiums paid to these insurance companies for an average of about 9 months each. So think of the cost of that to the federal government and to taxpayers. 58,000 dead people having an insurance premium paid monthly for 9 months before the federal government realizes that they're dead. Probably a third of that $150 billion a year we're spending on Obamacare right now is in fraud, waste, and or abuse. The next thing we want to talk about is price transparency. Could you imagine, let's just say that boy, you had a great year and you're living that American dream and you're going to go buy a new pickup truck. And, maybe your family usually drove Fords and maybe your family drove Chevys, but you want a Dodge. So you want 4-wheel drive, you want a nice V8 engine to be able to pull your boat and to get unstuck when you're out hunting and fishing. But so you'd like to know the price. So what is the difference between a Dodge 4-wheel drive truck, 8-cylinder engine, maybe a Hemi, versus that Chevy or Ford model, which are similar? Could you imagine trying to make that decision without knowing the price tags? Could you imagine going into McDonald's and you're trying to decide whether you want the Big Mac or you want the filet of fish and not knowing the difference in the prices of that? So why in healthcare are we satisfied for not knowing the prices? So one piece of our solution to solve this riddle of healthcare is to force all healthcare providers to provide prices. So your doctor says that you need your knee scoped. Your doctor says you need an MRI. They can give you a code. You get on your technology. And what the technology shows you within 60 miles, all the different facilities, that are covered by your insurance and what the cost would be for that procedure and some outcomes as well. You would be amazed. You can save thousands of dollars on an MRI by doing a little shopping with the same quality. You need a joint replaced. You might save $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 for having that hip replaced at a surgical hospital as opposed to a traditional hospital setting. And guess what? The infection rates are lower here at this surgical hospital. So our bill forces, again, all healthcare providers to show you the true cost. This turns patients back into consumers. It is the only industry in America where we don't allow consumerism. And the ACA has just complicated this. So what our bill does is require, again, all healthcare companies, healthcare providers to show you the true cost, no excuses. We think about the savings of this. Even I underestimated the savings of this. This will mean $1,000 a month per family. If we adopt our price tags bill, it'll save the average American family $1,000 a month. America spends $5 trillion a year on healthcare now. $5 trillion a year. If we give the American consumers price tags, it's going to save $1 trillion. Just like Black Friday, when we let people out there shopping, what's the first thing you want to know? You want to know the prices. And by the way, 80% of healthcare decisions are made by women. And I know these women are expert shoppers. If you give them the technology, if you give them the prices, then they can figure out what they want to buy and where the best place to do it is. Our third pillar is to bridge the subsidy issue for families. Look, I don't have to tell any American the challenges with the cost of health care. I never cared for the subsidies, the Biden-era subsidies. Again, they were passed with all Democrat votes, but here we are and they're going to expire. The Democrats set them up to expire December the 31st. That it was really a COVID-era extra bonus. Remember, the other 80% of the premiums are still going to be covered. The original Obamacare subsidies are not expiring, and they typically cover about 80% of the premiums. So I'm willing to extend those for a year as long as we get some of these other things, as long as there's long-term reform. We get our price tag bills, we address the fraud, and then what we would do is slowly start putting money into your healthcare savings account. Let me say that again. The federal government, rather than sending money to the insurance companies, we're going to put money in your healthcare savings account to pay towards your deductibles. Remember, your deductibles under Obamacare went from $1,000 a year to $15,000 a year. So our bill would start taking part of that money and turning you into a consumer. You combine our price tags bill, putting money into your savings accounts, then we're going to see true consumerism, and we're going to see the cost of health care come down 20%. Our next pillar I'd like to talk about is a high-risk pool protection. Now, what does that mean? Certainly, Obamacare did some good things. And one of them was protect people with pre-existing condition. You may know, Mr. President, but I was an obstetrician. I delivered a baby every day for 25 years. And the most common pre-existing condition that wasn't covered was pregnancy. Less than half of pregnancies are covered, are planned, Less than 50% of pregnancies are covered. And people buy their health insurance. They didn't think they needed maternity coverage, but guess what? They did. So I want to make sure everyone's pre-existing conditions are covered. I want everyone to have meaningful, affordable access to health care, and want to make sure we protect this. But one way we protect that issue and drive the cost of health care down is a reinsurance pool, a high-risk, invisible reinsurance pool, so that when any person in America hits a certain spending amount, they would go into this high-risk pool. They would be state-ran. We need state money in the game as well. Everybody that's getting insurance through that state needs to be contributing probably $3, $4 a month to that high-risk pool as well. And if the insurance companies knew that you're going to be able to grasp out those outliers, it's going to bring the premium down for everybody else. So we talk a lot about CSRs. You could take half of the money that we would save by funding the CSRs and put that money into the start of high-risk pools, and all of a sudden you got something going here. If you would implement our plan, I really do think you're going to see healthcare costs go down by 1/3, maybe 50%, but at least by 1/3 between price tags, between funding your HSAs, by making patients consumers, by setting up these high-risk pools. We're going to start decreasing the cost of healthcare for everybody. So those are our five pillars. Let's stop the fraud. Let's give patients price tags. Let's bridge the subsidy. I'm willing to include the subsidy for a year longer if we start bridging to a better future where we're not throwing good money after bad money. We set up the high-risk pools, and you end up with lower costs for patients. Mr. President, we're fighting for patients. We're fighting for hard-working Americans. We're not fighting here for big business. We're not here fighting for insurance companies. Small businesses are in desperate need to lower the cost of health care. Every business I talk to, every union I talk to, every self-employed person I talk to, the cost of health care is a top 3 issue. And these pillars will help address that. This plan was not made overnight. This plan, as I said, started really back in 2010 in a surgeon's lounge. And when I was elected to come here in 2016, this was one of my 3 or 4 issues that I wanted to address. And I've continued to revise and refine and improve this plan from year to year to meet this moment. In fact, it was 2018 that now Speaker Mike Johnson and I put together a comprehensive replacement bill for the ACA. And here we are today, no better off. Prices are skyrocketing, and we continue to struggle. I'm encouraged. I think we have some momentum. I continue discussions across the aisle. And what I hear my friends across the aisle saying is that we share a lot of the same goals. We want Americans to have affordable, meaningful health care. And by the way, again, a $15,000 deductible for a family making $120,000 a year. That $15,000 deductible is not the same as access to care. This is not a conclusive list. There needs to be more. There's more things we can do. We need to expand healthcare association plans. We need to allow insurance to be sold across state lines. We need to take on the PBMs. This is just the start, but this would be the backbones that I don't know why any of my friends across the aisle would be opposed to any one of these particular pillars. Our text for our bill is out. The legislative text is out there now. We welcome co-sponsors. We welcome this as an opportunity to build towards a bipartisan bill in January. Mr. President, Americans deserve transparency. They deserve accountability. They deserve affordability. And this plan delivers it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
The Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, I'm going to raise a different issue on the floor, and I'm going to be joined in that issue by the co-sponsor of the legislation, Senator Hawley of Missouri. So I'll speak to the measure and then defer to him, and then make a motion, which I believe that the senator from Oregon, Senator Wyden, is going to respond to. Mr. President, I come to the floor today to ask the Senate to pass the Stop CSAM Act, bipartisan legislation that would finally open the courthouse doors to survivors of child exploitation and their families. Too many parents in America live in fear every time their child logs into a phone, a tablet, or a video game console. They know the internet has unfortunately become a hunting ground for predators of children. Earlier today, the Senate Judiciary Committee learned more about the horrors facing our children online, and we heard from one of those families. 3 years ago, 17-year-old James Wood, an honor student, an accomplished track athlete from the state of Ohio, died by suicide after being targeted by predators on Instagram. We asked his mother today, how long did this relationship online last? She said, start to finish. The finish was the end of her son's life, 19 hours. They tricked James into sending them sexually explicit photos, and they threatened to ruin his life if he didn't pay them back to destroy the photos. His tormentors sent him 200 messages in 19 hours, encouraging finally that he end his life, which he ultimately did. In January 2022, 13-year-old Jay Taylor, an artistic, compassionate child from the state of Washington, gifted in math, died by suicide after being targeted by predators on Discord. Jay was pursued by a group who used Discord to bully him into taking his own life, which was live streamed for his abusers to watch. Two examples of cruelty and danger for kids that they can encounter on online platforms. How do we do something to stop this? In 2014, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, called NCMEC, received 1.1 million cyber tips of child sexual abuse material known as CSAM. By 2023, less than 10 years later, the number of cyber tips had exploded to 36 million, from 1 million to 36 million. And every one of those reports represents a child harmed, exploited, and degraded. As I've heard and learned more about the horrors of online child sexual exploitation, I've made it my mission to try to put an end to it. That's why I've worked with survivors, prosecutors, law enforcement, victim advocates, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to write a bill that responds with the urgency that this situation demands. The bill is called Stop CSAM. The lead sponsor on this beginning this year, Senator Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri, and co-sponsor Durbin, Democrat of Illinois. I'd like to thank Senator Hawley for being the lead sponsor, who voted unanimously with the Judiciary Committee to advance this bill last year. And I want to recognize the extraordinary survivors and advocates who continue to make this legislation possible by their impassioned pleas. Unfortunately, due to big tech's deep pockets, it's not been easy to pass a law to finally hold the tech industry accountable for the harms they cause. Ask any parent with a child walking around holding a cell phone if they're worried about what's going on that cell phone, and they'll tell you they are. They hope that their children are doing the right things and not being lured into a trap by somebody on the other end of the line. The same thing, of course, is true in computers. So when Stop CSAM didn't pass the Senate last year, Senator Hawley and I were determined to bring it up this year. Because big tech has failed to take the steps to keep kids safe when they're online, it's imperative that Congress do something for the parents and the children who are victims. The Stop CSAM Act takes a comprehensive approach to stemming online child exploitation. Most significantly, it creates accountability. It pierces the broad immunity granted to big tech by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. I can't think of another element of our economy that is free from any worry of being sued. If you drive in a haphazard and reckless way, you'll be held responsible. But when it comes to this industry, when they conduct their business with no or little or no regard for the victims, they're immune from responsibility under Section 230. Stop CSAM, which we bring to the floor of this today, changes it. It does one simple thing. It allows the victims to sue tech platforms and app stores that promote or aid and abet online child sex exploitation. Survivors deserve a day in court. I just guarantee you, if there is civil liability on the line here, the industry is going to change and rework their online offerings to protect children. Right now, they could give a darn. Stop CSAM also forces transparency into big tech by requiring the companies to submit annual reports describing their efforts to protect children. This is more than a box-checking exercise. This bill requires providers to disclose concrete steps they're taking to protect children. We've all seen the headlines. We all know the worry. Tech companies promise to improve, but only repeat the same conduct over and over again at the expense of children. Last year, half of all cyber tips provided by tech companies included insufficient information to be actionable by law enforcement. Civil liability will change that. The Stop CSAM Act passed unanimously out of the subcommittee this summer. That unanimity is no accident. It reflects an understanding of what we need to do to protect children. I am honored to have as my colleague in this effort Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, and I yield the floor to him.
President.
From Missouri.
I want to thank Senator Durbin for his incredible leadership on this issue. It's truly a privilege to partner with him on this effort. And I just want to say, Mr. President, that the premise of this bill is very simple. It is simply this, that our children are not safe online. And I know that because the statistics tell the story. Just looking at the number of reports of child sex abuse material online the last year for which we have full data, the number of images, sexually abusive images reported online surged to 104 million. Think about that. 104 million reported sexually abusive images. That is up from nearly 450,000 as early as 2004. In the space of 20 years, we have seen an explosion of sexual abuse material online. The data does not lie. Our children are not safe, but I also know it because whistleblowers tell us. The experts from these companies tell us the truth. I'll never forget sitting in the Senate Judiciary Committee and listening to whistleblowers from Meta talk about the steps their company had taken to target their products towards children. And I asked one of these whistleblowers, how many kids who come to your platform would you estimate are exposed to child sex abuse material? She thought for a moment, and then she said, I would say 100%. I said, wait a minute, 100%, 100%? She said every child who gets on a Meta platform, whether it's virtual reality, whether it is Instagram, whether it is Facebook itself, every child who is on that platform for any length of time will be exposed to child sex abuse material. Every single child. The tech companies themselves tell us. But I also know our kids aren't safe online because I'm a father of 3 children. My oldest is 13 now. I've got a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old. And my kids don't have devices or they don't have phones, and I'm going to keep it that way as long as I possibly can. But I tell you what, my wife and I every day worry about what our children will be exposed to online. And I have listened to parent after parent come before this body, take an oath and testify about the ordeals their own children have been through. Another employee at Meta testified about his own child, a daughter, who signed up for an Instagram account and almost immediately was bombarded by predators and sex abusers, looking at her images, direct messaging her, soliciting her for various sexual acts. It caused him to ask himself, what are we doing at these tech companies? Is there no amount of decency? Is there no respect for the basic privacy and security of children? Our children are not safe online. And Mr. President, I also want to say that this bill is based on another important principle, a simple one, which is that no amount of corporate profits justifies the exploitation of our children. All the big tech companies are rich beyond belief. They are the wealthiest companies, the richest, biggest companies, not just in America, not just in the world, but in the history of the world. But I just want to say that no amount of money justifies subjecting our children to sexual abuse. No amount of money justifies sextortion of children on these platforms. I don't care what Facebook's market cap is today or tomorrow. I don't care how much money Google makes next quarter. It does not justify the degradation of American children. Not now, not ever. And this body has a moral obligation to stand for that principle and to vindicate it for every parent and every child in America. It is why we are here. It is our obligation and our responsibility, and that's what this bill does. This is a very simple bill, as Senator Durbin described. It simply allows the victims of sex abuse material or their parents to get into court and to make their case against these companies. And it is not unfair to the companies. The companies are held to a very simple standard. Did they knowingly or recklessly host this content? Now, let me just say this. We all know that these companies will deploy algorithms to the end of the earth in order to target our kids, in order to advertise to our kids. They know every detail, every scintilla of action that occurs on their platforms. They know about it because they're making money off of it. And yet when we bring them before this body and put them under oath, the executives of these companies say, oh, we couldn't possibly get rid of all the CSAM, all the sex abuse material. We just don't have the technology for it. Oh, yes, they do. They do. But they don't want to root out the CSAM because they are making money on it, because sex material online drives engagement online, which drives more eyeballs online, which drives advertising dollars online, and that's what they care most about. Mr. President, it's time to give victims and parents the right that every other American has, which is to get into court and to have their day in court and to protect their children. This bill doesn't touch encryption. It doesn't destroy privacy rights. It protects all of those things. But above all, it protects children. It protects our children online, and it is long overdue. I'll just finish with this. I wish I could persuade my colleague, who I think will soon object, to agree with us on this, but I certainly respect his view. The scandal is not that 1 or 2 or 10 or 20 senators would take a different point of view. That's fine. The real scandal here is this bill cannot get a vote on the floor of this Senate. It passed unanimously, not once, but twice out of committee, unanimously out of the Judiciary Committee of the United States, and now for years in a row, it can't get so much as a vote on the floor of the Senate. That's why Senator Durbin is here today. That's why I'm here today. That is a scandal, Mr. President. It is absolutely indefensible. I haven't heard a word of explanation, but I know the reason. The reason is the big tech companies are opposed to it, and the reason for that is the big tech companies would lose money, and they will spend no amount of money. There'll be no limit to what they will spend to stop legislation they don't want from moving on this floor. It's time this body demonstrated its independence. It's time this body demonstrated our loyalty to the people who put us here, not the loyalty to the corporations who write the checks and call the shots and run the TV ads and make their threats and their campaign contributions. That's enough of that. It doesn't say we the corporations in our Constitution. It says we the people. It's time for the people to have their say. It's time for this body to vindicate their rights. It's time for us to vote on this bill. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The minority whip.
So in a few minutes, we've made the case. When a conservative Missouri Republican and a progressive Illinois Democrat can agree on a measure this important to the families of America, I think it's a unique message. How many times are we told back home, for God's sake, stop playing politics? If you must, compromise, but get something done. And certainly protecting our children is the highest possible priority. These measures, as Senator Hawley alluded to, passed unanimously out of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And trust me, the 20-plus members of that committee span the political spectrum. They all voted for these measures. That's why we bring them to the floor. And those who are following the debate, we're going to have a voice vote pretty soon, I assume. And the question is going to be, are we going to pass this or not? You're going to hear me make a motion, and then I believe the senator from Oregon is going to seek recognition. So I'll make the motion as to whether we should pass the measure we've just described. And here is the motion. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 106, S. 1829. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute be considered and agreed to, and the bill as amended be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from Oregon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't often disagree with my friend and longtime colleague from Illinois, and I very much share the stated goals of the Stop CSAM Act. Child sexual abuse material is a toxic plague on the internet. There are real victims who need support and criminals who have to be hunted down and locked up. I don't take a backseat to anybody when it comes to helping kids and punishing predators. Last Congress, Senator Durbin and I compromised on a different version of this bill and agreed to let that version pass by unanimous consent. Let me say that again. Last Congress, we reached agreement on a version of this bill that could have passed unanimously. Today, to my regret, the sponsors have chosen to abandon those negotiations. Instead, are seeking to advance what I consider to be a dangerous bill that would make internet users unsafe. That's because the bill would weaken the single strongest technology that protects kids and families online. That's strong encryption. It'll make it easier to punish sites that use encryption to secure private conversations and personal devices. While Stop CSAM sponsors claim that their bill does not target encryption, the bill explicitly allows courts to punish companies that offer strong encryption. It also would encourage scanning of content on users' phones or computers before information is sent over the internet, which has, in my view, the same consequences as breaking encryption. Weakening encryption and other security technologies is the single biggest gift that can be given to the predators and dangerous criminals who want to stalk and spy on kids. Sexual predators will have a far easier time stealing and extorting photographs of children, tracking their phones and spying on their private messages when encryption is breached. Doing so threatens the privacy and security of every single law-abiding Americans. Now, I heard some talk about who supports the bill. Let me tell you who supports the bill. It's big tech. Google and X have endorsed that. Let me repeat that. Google and X have endorsed this bill. It's the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and the American Civil Liberties Union who oppose it. So, this is really about who are you for. I'm here for women who depend on encryption to seek reproductive health care information. I'm here for journalists reporting on sensitive stories in places where their messages could be intercepted and used against them. I'm here for kids and teenagers seeking information about immigration laws as Donald Trump continues a brutal crackdown. The key to better protecting kids online is to do what is effective, not what only sounds effective. Congress ought to focus our energy on giving law enforcement officials the tools they need to find and prosecute criminals responsible for exploiting children and spreading vile abuse materials online, and to help prevent children from becoming victims in the first place. I repeatedly have given that support to prosecutors and law enforcement officials to do more to protect kids from being exploited. I remain open to revisiting conversations with the bill's sponsors to get back to a version that doesn't make the internet less safe. We did find a compromise in the last Congress, and I want to say to my longtime friend, Senator Durbin, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, that I'm willing to work together to find another such compromise. I urge, for example, my colleagues to support my bipartisan Invest in Kids Safety Act, which I shortly will reintroduce. The bill would direct $5 billion in mandatory funding to do three things. One, give law enforcement agencies the tools and personnel they need to catch the predators who create and spread CSAM. Two, fund community-based programs to prevent at-risk kids from becoming victims in the first place. And three, invest in programs to support survivors of abuse. Any legislation that doesn't include those pieces is missing the point, and that is why I object today.
The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, when I talk to families in the state of Florida and around the nation, I often hear how they're struggling to make ends meet. The cost of health care is up. Owning a home has become nearly unattainable. The former administration pushed the American dream further and further out of reach for so many families all across our great nation. I grew up in public housing, and my family didn't have much. And I look across the country, and I see families just like mine growing up that are doing everything they can to make ends meet. But I knew back then I had the opportunity to do anything because the American dream was alive. As governor and senator, my goal has been to keep the American dream alive so every family can have the same opportunities I did. That dream and those opportunities don't exist under socialism. When crazy radicals in New York City and across this country villainized capitalism and pushed socialism, they forgot that they benefit from the very system they criticized. Socialism has never worked. It's an old, barbaric, discredited idea that's failed every time. Look at Cuba and Venezuela and the many families who fled those brutal regimes to live in my great state of Florida. It kills opportunity. We need to drive down costs. The answer isn't more government, it's less. We don't need more government decisions, we need fewer government decisions. We need to do what we did in Florida, cut taxes, reduce government regulations, grow jobs. The United States was built on individual freedoms and opportunities, and the right of every individual to pursue the American dream despite coming from nothing, just like I had the opportunity to do. That's what this great country stands for. This resolution is a stark reminder for the far left. Socialism is a failure, and Americans will always reject it. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of House Congressional Resolution 58, which was received from the House. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The minority whip.
Mr. President, this is an interesting resolution. It passed the House of Representatives. I'm not sure what the vote was. My colleague and friend from Florida didn't craft it or write it, but he's offering it. And I took a look at it, and it's hard to disagree. Do I think that Vladimir Lenin and Joseph Stalin were bad people? You bet. Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro, Pol Pot, Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un, Daniel Ortega, Hugo Chavez, Nicolas Maduro? Sure, no questions asked. Do I think the Bolshevik revolution was a good idea? I wasn't around at the time, but from what I've read, it was not. What do I think about the Great Leap Forward in China, another example of socialism? The list goes on, and it lists the crimes against humanity which occurred by socialist regimes, and they should be listed and noted in this resolution. But then it goes on to explain in terms of Thomas Jefferson and James Madison just what they mean by socialism in this resolution. And that's where you lose me. Because when it's all said and done, I'm a little bit worried. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt created something called Social Security, you know what they called it? Socialism. When Lyndon Baines Johnson created Medicare for millions of Americans, do you know what they called it? Socialized medicine. So in your conclusion where you say Congress denounces socialism in all its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the United States, does that include Social Security? Does that include Medicare? I would think those programs might be important in your state. They sure are in mine, and for that reason I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
You know, I actually was born in the great state of Illinois and lived in public housing there. And you know, I grew up in a family that could have had the benefit of things like Medicaid and food stamp programs, and we didn't have those. Those are great programs, and that's not socialism. Socialism is when we take from one group and we just give to another with no real basis for it. We want safety nets. But socialism is a failed ideology. And nothing in this resolution suggests that Medicare is socialism. Nothing suggests Social Security is socialism, because it's not. But it's a failed ideology, and it's the antithesis of the American dream. We've all been blessed. We grew up in a country that believes in capitalism. So I invite any of my colleagues that believe that socialism is good to visit Cuba or Venezuela. I don't see many people flocking there. I see them flocking out of there into my great state, into other states. If you want to come talk about socialism, come to my state, especially in the city of Miami, where there's so many people that have had to flee just because they had no opportunity. Socialism is a proven path to tyranny, starvation, and as my colleague brought up, some of these things that are in the resolution, death. So I'm going to always fight for socialism. I'm disappointed that we weren't able to get this passed. I don't think it suggests that our great safety net programs like Social Security, Medicare, food stamps, Medicaid, and it's not socialism. But when you're trying to destroy the dream of this country that you can start from nothing and be anything, that we should all be in favor of supporting capitalism over socialism. I yield the floor.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, one of the things we have to do before we open our Christmas presents
in a couple of weeks is to pass the National Defense Authorization Bill. This is one of the rare instances, and you can count them on maybe one hand, where we actually have good bipartisan cooperation, and it's for a good cause. It's in the defense of our nation and in support of the men and women who wear the uniform and who keep us safe. The Senate and the House have now released a final text that has been reconciled between the House and the Senate version, and all that remains now is for the House and then the Senate to pass the final version and send it to President Trump for his signature. The National Defense Authorization Act is one of the most important pieces of legislation we pass each year, and I believe we've done it without exception, I want to say 63, 64 years in a row. Now, I wasn't here for each of those years, but that's the history that's been handed down. As I said, this legislation is critically important because it makes sure that our military has the necessary resources to achieve the missions of today and rise to the challenges of tomorrow. And as we've seen, even in the battlefield in Ukraine, the nature of modern warfare has changed dramatically with the advent of ubiquity of drones, with even poor countries like Yemen, where the Houthis send drones into countries like Israel or attack merchant ships in the Red Sea. We've had to use million-dollar missiles to shoot down basically cheap drones. Well, you can't continue that. You can't sustain that. So it's important that we update and modernize our military according to the threats and the technology available today. Given our rather inconsistent record in other must-pass legislation, this is an impressive run of 65 years, my notes remind me, underscoring the importance the United States Congress has always placed on ensuring the fact we have the strongest military in the world. We have the strongest military in the world not in order to fight, but in order not to have to fight, in order to maintain deterrence. That's what President Reagan talked about, what President Trump has talked about, peace through strength. That comes with deterrence, demonstrating the fact that we are committed to our defense of our nation and our friends and allies around the world, and we are not afraid to make that investment. And any country that might decide to change the status quo and start a military conflict knows from the outset they are likely doomed to failure. This year's NDAA, the Defense Authorization Bill, includes numerous important policies to strengthen our national defense, but perhaps the biggest success in this year's annual authorization bill is a significant win against the Chinese Communist Party. What I'm referring to specifically is a provision that's in the reconciled bill that creates a vehicle for transparency on outbound investment from the United States into China. We know for decades now China has attracted manufacturing from around the world into that country to the detriment of manufacturing jobs here in America. And they've used that technology that they've learned and the workforce training that has gone along with it in order now to build weapon systems and threaten peace in the Indo-Pacific and to threaten the United States, our position of dominance when it comes to national security. This provision that I will speak more to in a moment has been many years in the making. It goes back to 2021. I tell people that the most important lesson I've learned here in the United States Senate is perseverance. If you don't succeed, try again. And that's what we did here. So in 2021, I partnered with then Senator Casey in the initial outbound legislation. We've worked through several different iterations of this legislation, listening to the input
from stakeholders around the nation, all with the goal of having notification prohibition with regard to investment of American dollars in China. In 2023, I introduced the Outbound Investment Transparency Act and pushed for its inclusion in the Defense Authorization Bill that year. The Senate voted 91-6 to include my amendment in the annual defense bill that year. Obviously, this enjoys broad bipartisan support, recognizing the challenge and indeed the threat that China could pose. It's highly unusual, as we know now, to see that level of agreement in Congress, but given the preeminence of the threat, nearly every one of my colleagues supported that provision. Unfortunately, after nearly unanimous consensus that this amendment was needed to counter the rise of the Chinese Communist Party, that provision was dropped when the House and the Senate went to conference. Then last year, back again, I continued to push for this provision, adamant that we had no time to lose. Even so, the language on outbound investment was once again dropped from the Defense Authorization Bill. I want to credit Speaker Johnson, who has led a valiant effort in the House to include this provision in the year-end, end-of-year continuing resolution. But of course, when everybody tried to add their favorite policy writer to the continuing resolution at the end of last year, the bill collapsed under its own weight and all those outside provisions were stripped out. Once again, we kicked the can down the road. Now, if we were simply talking about some relatively routine function like funding a bridge, this might have been something par for the course, but that's not what we're dealing with here. We are, I'm confident in saying, we are living in one of the most dangerous times since the Second World War. And China is our most significant adversary. President Xi has signaled that he intends to reincorporate Taiwan in 2027 into the Chinese nation. As we approach the end of 2025, this is just a little more than a year away. China has made no secret also of joining hands with Russia and conducting joint military exercises. And we see now, when it comes to Ukraine, where North Korea, Russia, and China, and even Iran are sort of the hit list of greatest military threats, are joined together in opposition to the United States and Europe in supporting the people in Ukraine. So they have now locked arms against us. Meanwhile, in the South China Sea, which is a very important international lane of commerce, China continues to aggressively expand its control by conducting military drills, creating islands out of shoals and other pieces of territory. They've deployed surveillance tools and inflamed tensions with their neighboring countries like Vietnam and Philippines in an attempt to intimidate them. So let's not forget they're the powerhouse behind the drug crisis we are facing at home as well. And I'm talking about the fentanyl crisis. It's well established that fentanyl has been the leading cause of death in America of young people between the age of 18 and 45. It's perhaps less well understood or known that these drugs are smuggled across our southern border by Mexican drug cartels, but they are manufactured from chemicals imported from China to Mexico, so-called precursor chemicals. But one thing is abundantly clear from all of this: China is not a threat we can ignore. Failure to address this provision on outbound investment is not just to ignore the threat of China, but to actively help them build up their own defense arsenal and threaten peace in the Indo-Pacific. At this very moment, U.S. companies are investing money in China, bankrolling China's capabilities in semiconductors, quantum computing, hypersonic systems, and artificial intelligence. We are in a competition with China in each of those areas. And why in the world would we blindly allow American investors to invest in our opponent and help them defeat us in the race on each of these areas of technology? It's estimated that U.S. investments in Chinese companies currently total about $2.3 trillion in market value. That was by the end of 2020, including $21 billion in semiconductors, $54 billion in military companies, and 2021, $221 billion in artificial intelligence. Part of the problem is China doesn't recognize a separation between commercial enterprises and their military. They have a law that forces their commercial enterprises to share information with the military called military-civil fusion. So there is no way to just say, well, we're just investing in Chinese businesses. We're not investing in the military. It's impossible for that to be true given the Chinese law enforcing civil-military fusion. So when you invest in China to help them build their capacity in any one of these areas, you are helping the Chinese military that one day may be an adversary, an open adversary of the United States and our friends and allies. How can we expect the United States to dominate in the artificial intelligence frontier if our companies are investing in the rise of our biggest competitor? We've heard in the Foreign Relations Committee, in a subcommittee that Chairman Ricketts chaired recently, that this is the #1 race between China and the United States. It's who's going to perfect the use of artificial intelligence and to use it not only for commercial purposes, but to defend the nation or to use it for aggressive offensive purposes. And so, wouldn't we want to know if American companies are investing in the very technology that China will try to use to defeat us? Again, China is more than just a commercial competitor. Every dollar that the United States invests in a Chinese company is a dollar that's going toward the potential production of weapons that may one day be used to kill American soldiers. Let me say that once more. Every dollar invested in China by a United States investor into a Chinese company is a dollar that's going toward the potential production of weapons and technology that one day may be used to kill Americans. It's mind-boggling to me that anyone in the U.S. government would not see the urgency of this policy of outbound investment transparency. Once we have a good picture of exactly what's going on, we as policymakers can decide what, if any, other policies we need to enact to protect our country. But if we don't know, because there is no requirement to notify the government about what those investments look like and what the nature of those investments are, we are completely blind, I would say willfully blind, to that growing threat. Those who've thrown up roadblocks against this provision over the last 3 years are working directly, whether they know it or not, in the interest of the Chinese Communist Party, and directly, whether they know it or not, against the interests of the people they represent, the American people. But now, after nearly 5 years of work from members in both chambers, I'm proud to say the language that we propose to address outbound investment transparency is in the final version of this year's National Defense Authorization Act. The House, as I said earlier, will vote this week, and I look forward to supporting that provision again in the Senate. This has been a marathon, and I'm thankful to the Majority Leader, Senator Thune. I mentioned the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. I would add a number of other names: Senator Tim Scott, Senator Cortez Masto, Senator Dan Sullivan, and Representative Andy Barr in the House of Representatives, all of whom have contributed to this success when we passed the bill. The Chinese Communist Party may have successfully evaded our scrutiny for the past few years, but this is the year we will finally put the nail in the coffin and open our eyes to the growing challenge that China represents. Again, not just as a commercial, economic competitor, but as a potential military competitor on the battlefield. That is something none of us want, but the best way for us to prevent that from happening is to deter China, and you don't deter them by having American dollars invested in the very military capability that they could use to fight us and defeat us and our allies in the Indo-Pacific. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I'd note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the roll call be, that the quorum call be rescinded.
Without objection.
And I'd further ask that the vote scheduled here soon occur immediately.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Cornyn, Curtis, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Lee, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Scott of Florida, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Fetterman, Heinrich, Kelly, Merkley, Murphy, Van Hollen. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mm-mm. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no.
Get him out. That's yeah. And now.
Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Booker, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 285S3386.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 285S3386, a bill to provide health savings account contribution to certain enrollees to reduce health care costs and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 285S3386, a bill to provide health savings account contribution to certain enrollees to reduce health care costs and for other purposes.
I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I withdraw the motion to proceed.
The Senator has it right. The motion is withdrawn.
Mr. President.
Democrat Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar 284S3385, the three-year extension of our ACA premiums.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 284S3385, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to extend the enhancement of the health care premium tax credit.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 284S3385, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to extend the enhancement of health care premium tax credit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the unblocked consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk. S-Res 537, S-Res 538, S-Res 539.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, the motions be considered made and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the Senate. Now proceed to S-Res 483.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 483, honoring the extraordinary life, leadership, and legacy of Dr. Jane Goodall.
Is there an objection to proceeding?
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to an immediate consideration of calendar number 173 S1437.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 173 S1437, a bill to require the administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to establish a program to identify, evaluate, acquire, and disseminate commercial Earth remote sensing data and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding?
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, that the bill be amended as considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 102 S414.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 102 S414, a bill to require covered digital advertising platforms to report their public service advertisements.
Is there an objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee report substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, December 10th. That following the prayer and the pledge, the general proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time of the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, Senator King or his designee be recognized to make a motion to proceed to calendar 203 SJ Res 82, and that the Senate vote on the motion to proceed at 11:45 a.m. and following disposition of the motion to proceed to calendar number 203 SJ Res 82, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on executive calendar number 4 S Res 532.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that we stand adjourned until under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.